Chat. Chat. It's been 84 years since I placed my order for the Final Fantasy XIV Ttrpg starter set. But now, finally, it has arrived at our doorstep. This is a bad bit because there's actually no lens inside these glasses, and so my eyes are watering. Also, we've had so many technical problems, and today has sucked so hard. So, you know, that was meant to be like a comedic bit where we get a couple more chuckles in, we go hoo ho hee hee, but really had my entire ass kicked. So that's the entire thing. The posters are gone. Palbanoy, you've been to multiple streams since we put up the sound things. Yeah, so just super fast because there is an off chance that this is an activation problem. Yeah, no. So my Mimeo is this thing. And the idea behind it is this is supposed to be a camera which would allow us to do miniature painting and a bunch of other stuff, and it had worked previously, absolutely no problem. And then when I went live today, I got a cool Windows notification that told me that I had too many USB devices plugged in. So I've never seen that before. It's never been a problem before, but I have too many USB devices plugged in, and this camera will not cooperate. So here's the good news, bad news. The good news is that we did get the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG, which I am very excited about. Or at least I assume so. If anyone has sent me from Wigwam Parkway in Henderson, Nevada, and you're not Square Enix, fess up now, because I am going to open this on stream, and if this is my shipment of dildos, that would be very embarrassing. But yeah. So the problem, Sathis, is, as per usual, with us starting the stream particularly late, I unplugged every non-essential USB. I said what I said, chat. I have unplugged every non-essential USB from my computer, and that has not seemed to fix it. So the only things that I can think of are killing the stream and trying to restart it, because sometimes it's OBS chicanery, or, you know, open it here and now. So, you know. That's the question that I posit to you, chat. Should I open my box of dildos in normal camera, where the ability to focus is going to be terrible, or should I try and keep fiddling around with camera technical difficulties? I'll be honest with you, I am at the point now where I just want to open the starter set. I just want to open it, and I just want to see what is inside it. So, fantastic. You are all so generous to me. You're all so kind. Hold on. I did specifically... Hold on, I'll be right back. I said that I was going to open it, and then I immediately lied. I also desperately needed the pick-me-up today, y'all. You do not understand. Oh, I mean, okay. I say desperately needed the pick-me-up. That's not 100% true. Like, the bad things that have happened to me today are entirely of my own devising. There is literally nothing that is happening that is, like, an unwarranted or outside of my control situation. When it rains, it pours, y'all. Okay. I have this cool letter opener that is Longclaw from the Game of Thrones TV show, and or the Song of Ice and A Song of Ice and Fire series. It's the sword that has the like little wolf head with the ruby eyes. But I can't find it, and honestly, my room is a mess because I am looking for important legal documents. So I'm just gonna open it with a pair of scissors. as I cut my fingers wide open. And or cut the book completely in twain. No blood? You've come to the wrong channel for that, Mesphia. All we do is sip on dragon blood. Blood reveal. Is my blood as thick and viscous as Elish's? The answer is no. Am I what? Am I admitting to being a heretic? No. All sorts of people drink dragon blood. Okay, I definitely can't show you this packing slip. Okay. I've got great news, everybody. I've got fantastic news. It is exactly what we hoped for. It's bubble wrap. Address reveal, yeah. It's bubble wrap. So thank you all so much for coming to my unboxing of the A Song of Ice and Fire tabletop role-playing game. It's bubble wrap. You want bubble wrap? I'll mail it to you, Presna. Okay. Significantly smaller. It's the box! Again, so the camera is set to a manual focus, which is good in literally every other instance in time. It's not awesome in this particular moment, but you'll have to forgive me. Because I'll be honest with y'all, the excitement of being able to open it is really more for me than it is for you. Although, did the Square Enix Ttrpg, oh my fucking god, did I say I was doing A Song of Ice and Fire unboxing? Wait, what? I did. If I said that, I definitely did. Good. Good. Nope. Hey everyone, we're putting this away. Green Ronin Publishing is re-releasing the A Song of Ice. No, we're opening the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG. I don't know why I would have said that. Although, okay, so they do have the back of the box, like they were intending to stock this on shelves. And I do have the question of, literally, where would they stock this? Like, I mean, you know, you're like, the sarcastic and short answer is your local game store, right? But would anyone in the US stock this? Hi, hello, it's me, your local game store owner who is already taking a massive risk just opening a game store in general because physical stores are dying. I've also stocked, definitely not a risk whatsoever, Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG. Like, definitely am not worried about the return on this particular investment. I mean, you shouldn't be with me specifically, because I would probably buy multiple copies, but that's besides the point. Barnes & Nobles with the other weird board games. But Barnes & Nobles tends to only carry, like, tried and true board games. I don't know. Maybe my Barnes & Nobles is boring. You underestimate the number of gamer nerds? Fair. Although, JR has been sending me the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG, like, subreddit posts, and I'm not going to say that the number of posts have been going significantly awry, but I was like, the sentiment in here is the winds are changing very quickly, so yeah. Would definitely see that in Waterstones, UK Barnes & Nobles. Do you go often, Altaria? Because if you do, you could take a picture for us to see it. You saw the Dragoon page and you're a little scared? Oh no! Is it bad? Oh, Sathis, you have to tell us if it's bad. I have not seen anything. Aside from the online release, I haven't seen anything. Okay. I can't actually read it as we go, so yeah, I definitely can't read that in the camera. You will go to the big one in London and see if it's there. Only if convenient, do not trouble yourself, obviously. Discover a Realm Reborn, Final Fantasy XIV tabletop role-playing game, or FFXIV TTRPG for short, is a gateway into the magical world of Final Fantasy XIV. God, somebody is in charge of publishing. Through which you and your friends can embark on exciting and memorable adventures. Imagine if your friend was like, hey, there's this great MMO that I'm playing, and I think the best introduction to my favorite MMO is for you to play the TTRPG. Did World of Warcraft ever release a TTRPG? And if they didn't, how did they miss that trick? Anyways, besides the point. In this game, one player will act as your game master, the arbiter and lead storyteller, while the rest of your group will play as adventurers. Together, you will confront powerful foes, interact with a diverse cast of characters, roll dice to create a story all your own. As you explore the realm of Eorzea and beyond, remember that above all else, the point of the game is to have fun. Are you having fun yet, chat? Okay, sorry. Do you think that's Meteor on the front cover? Oh, okay. Interesting. They've made the lid of the box into rules? So it tells you how to do checks. It tells you the encounter overview. It tells you transitioning to a new phase and like enfeeblements inside the box lid. Oh, like maybe as like a pseudo DM screen Presna? Maybe. Also, I did see your channel point redeem, Bubbly. We can talk about my inventory. I don't want to, but yeah. Okay. Inside, we have the dice. Okay, can I say, as far as official Final Fantasy XIV dice go, I'm not going to say that I'm underwhelmed. God, I really wish this camera would work. Let me try one other thing super fast. Because it would be nice to have the close-up shots. Okay. Let me try one other thing. Is there another USB device you can disable? So I've physically removed the I've physically unplugged multiple USB devices at this point in the game. Which is a part of my confusion. Like, I don't know if I actually need to go in and disable the others specifically in order to get it to work. That feels wild to me. Like, surely if I've unplugged them, that means it's fine? Surely. Actually, wait, hold on. Okay, this is truly a nothing sandwich. Hold on. So what you got from Googling the too many USB device errors because your computer's unable to power all of them for some reason. I don't think it's a problem with it being powered, but maybe. Give me 10 more seconds. Hold on, sorry. I know this is not the riveting content you're here for. You heard that noise and immediately looked at your PC. Okay, let me try. So I have it on one of those, I don't even know what you call it. The thing where you just get more USB ports. I have it on one of those, so let me try plugging it directly into my computer. Listen, they say it's not a life worth living unless you've influenced people in your life positively at least once. And if I got all of you to look at your computer in fear today, that counts as a positive influence, I think. Has there ever been a human being in the history of existence who's gotten a USB to plug in correctly the first time? Ugh. I'm truly doing acrobatics over here for the sake of some art that none of you will truly appreciate. And that's okay. It's because I'm a visionary. It's because I'm ahead of my time. I swear to God, I have fiddled with this same USB port. What is happening? Hello, sir? Am I just fucking losing it? I'm about to break my entire computer. It's all ogre, lads. Hello, sir? Oh, that would explain it. It was not a USB port. It was, in fact, an HDMI port, and I was trying to jam a USB in there. So that's good. That's good, and also will not have any problems, I think. Okay. Listen. It's fine, actually. And now the Mimeo will work. And now the Mimeo View 340H will simply do the thing. Sure does not feel like it is, huh? Okay, I give up. I say as I continue fiddling with it. I just need to stop. I just need to give up. Also, it is a cool 96 degrees Fahrenheit right now, which is a mere 35.5 degrees Celsius. So I'm having a great time, actually. And it's definitely not like my room is hotter because of the whole hermetically sealed in thing. So it's going good, I think. I think we can all agree it's going great. Why am I continuing? Why am I continuing to fiddle with this? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out some other day. Some other problem. We've distinctly used this camera, and I'm also very frustrated that it's not working right now. But yeah. Hermetically sealed in. Yeah, so it's partially a bit, partially not. In order to try and make it so that I'm slightly less loud for the rest of the house, because I'm not residing in this place alone, I do stuff the door frame to try and prevent the maximum amount of sound from leaking into my room. So this is the type of content you sub for? Don't lie to me, Wirebone. Sending you the wind you had today. Well, you know what? I'll take it. Okay, sorry, we're focusing up. God. What is even the point of having a cool camera if it does not do the thing? Clear comms, clear comms. Get out of here. Oh, speaking of, if people are interested, we might be doing Unreal Thornton tomorrow, which is just like a vibe check kind of thing. But okay. I wanted to talk about the dice really fast because Battle Benoit raised an excellent point. They are in red and blue and green, which are, of course, DPS, healer, and tank colors. The D20 is in all of those colors as well, although there's also one in white and one in black, which is that to represent light aether and dark aether? Is that to represent that angle? Eyes? Altaria, if you want to join for Unreal Thornton, okay, can join before 7 p.m. PST. 10 p.m. EST. We can definitely knock that out, yeah. I gotta be real. So the only thing that's like distinguishing, and again, this is a camera problem, right? The only thing that's distinguishing the dice is that the highest number on all of them? No. On literally just the D20 is the like symbol of Dalamud crashing into the ground. Otherwise, these are very legible dice, and legibility is very important. But I think Sathis was the one who said it earlier. I've definitely seen like nicer dice elsewhere. You can only join before 5 p.m. EST, 5 p.m. PST. That's 2 hours to get a clear if we do it at 5 p.m. PST, which would be 8 p.m. EST. So. But yeah, I am slightly sad about the dice. They're official Squeenix dice, so we'll see. But yeah. Okay. So we have... Everything else appears to be... Oh, no, I am a liar. I was going to say everything else appears to be booklets. They're not. They do look... They are... I don't want to say generic, but they're not life-changing in any way. They're dice. Listen, if you don't know what a die is and or don't have dice at this point in the game, they're great to have. But unsurprised, the dice are pretty mediocre. Square Enix merch is pretty hit or miss, and a lot of times a miss. Gah! You go to gaming stores looking for dice that usually fit your character's arc. Yeah, I don't know. I was partially looking around just now. I don't know if you noticed, because I was trying to find where I've put my House Tyrell dice, because I have House Tyrell from Game of Thrones, because they're my favorite faction, and also because I was playing the A Song of Ice and Fire miniatures wargame, but that's an entirely separate thing. The dice are bland. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, and this is the last thing we are going to talk about the dice before we move on. We simply must move on. I'm also used to the D20 system, where you have the D12s, the 2 percentiles, the D8, the D6, the D4. So I'm looking at this, and it's just what most people refer to as a conventional die, and a D20. And like, that also is inflicting psychic damage on me. That's besides the point. Here's the bottom box. All my bottoms unite. It's just a map of Eorzea. You've got Vilbrand, you've got the Eorzean Peninsula, you've got the most important place, Ishgard, you've got all these other things around it. So, sure. I'm starting with these weird things because I feel like, oh my fucking god. Well, I feel like maybe these are slightly spoilers, but no, okay, I definitely cannot start with these. Hello? What? Okay, so these are character sheets and strategy guides, which we're definitely gonna go over later, but I am kind of losing my shit looking at them. I'm like definitely spoiling myself, but that's besides the point. There's Dawn Trail spoilers in that box. God, I wish. Calmest losing shit ever. Listen. There's also encounter maps, which I gotta be real with you. I don't know that I feel anything looking at this encounter map. Because it is truly, what is this? This is Camp Blue Fog, maybe? Northern Thanalan? I assume because it's blue, I'll be honest. Hey, here's the thing. I want to be like, based off of the debris here, you can tell that it's freaking, like, Magitech detritus. No, I'll be honest, I looked at it and I went, it's blue, it's probably Camp Blue Fog. So, you know, am I proud of myself? Maybe not. Oh, shoot. Actually, this one literally says little Solus up the top, so there you go. Some of them actually say where they are. Also, it's literally green. It's Gridania. What are you expecting? Okay. So, they said that they would have, like, little pop-outs for the characters. I'm feeling nothing about these pop-outs. The stack marker is very funny. Am I supposed to put the stack marker down on the playmat? Like, do they expect us? I know we were talking about some markers, because like this is literally a marker to be like, you're being targeted? Why is it so big? What's happening? It's fine. We live here. There are all of these tokens for Magitech and enemies, a bunch of Garleans, a bunch of their Magitech constructs, literally specifically basilisks. The likelihood of this being something for specifically Camp Blue Fog and the Sylphlands is increasing substantially. I don't know what this blue marker is. This is literally a line marker, so sure, fine. But I don't... If anyone can identify what these, like, orange and blue L's are for, you know, time to make custom tokens for characters. And would there happen to be some sort of... expert in constructing little standees, eh? Oh, limit cut. Presna, you're probably right. Your Chocobo companions, more markers. God, they're really giving us a plethora of markers, aren't they? I feel something about this. They did not just put limit cut into your RP setting. I regret to inform you, Sathis, I think they did. Wow, so cool. I know someone who makes standees. Wow, yeah, they should go to sadcatjazz.com, except maybe not right now because the store is still closed, awaiting confirmation. Cool. And then the warrior strategy guide. We will go over those later. So, okay. Player handbook, GM book, literally just the PDFs online plus a little bit extra. So we're gonna scroll, Jesus Christ. We're gonna flip ahead. The material is obviously not that sort of faux leather that we were hoping. They're little booklets, go figure. Someone was making a comparison to the price of the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG starter set to the Dungeons and Dragons the Dungeons and Dragons starter set. Hold on. Then the Dungeons and Dragons starter set was cheaper, but there are concerns. I want to know if these were made in Japan and mailed over to the United States, because that feels like an insane prospect. Like, surely they would have printed it locally, but while I was waiting for my starter set to be mailed to me, like, it said at the distribution center, awaiting package, which I thought was a bizarre statement to make. But okay. We're looking for... literally... Oh! Okay! They've got a little cartoon at the bottom of the booklet of all of the people who could be playing. And that sure is cute. I feel... All right, sorry, let's get our cast. Is there a pink Viera? There is not a pink Viera. There is what appears to be a brown-haired Viera. So, you know. Viera do get representation, but there is no Beau Bleuet. Okay. So our cast of characters is Blaze, the Black Mage, Warner, the Warrior. Can you see where they're going with this? Whitley, the White Mage, and Draken, the Dragoon. Yep. We love alliteration in this household. What could possibly be more intellectually stimulating than alliteration? The comic is cute, it's giving you play scenarios, and there's an explanation of things. Draken seems like a heretical name. They might not be an Ishgardian. You were gonna say Wendy? No, not Wendy. Whitley. Although, both Whitley and Warner, Warrior and White Mage, right? Localization, I'm sure. A cute description of play in this comic. I've got a lot of feelings about it, but it's fine. We've got the golden rule. We've got advantage dice. Oh, okay. It has some examples of titles. Because titles was the thing we were talking about before, right? So here are the examples of titles that they're giving us. Celica. Celica's Brave Adventurer. I don't know who the fuck Celica is. This seems like a weird example title to give us apropos of nothing, but sure. Celica's Brave Adventurer. Okay. So titles... Oh boy, I sure do love this example title that they're giving us. So Celica's Brave Adventurer is recover a d6 HP at the start of each new encounter phase, which is not the sort of social implication that we were hoping for. It does literally just seem like an ability, huh? Versus Mind Drinking Buddy, which is, you know how to feast and make merry, even in the company of strangers. This title has no effect during encounters. When does it have an effect, Square Enix? Hey, sorry, Square Enix. You have given us some example titles in which one could theoretically surmise that you should provide additional context. When you say it has no effect during encounters, could you perhaps provide us with some information about when it does have effects? It's fine. And then Lazy for Lawrence, you may ask the GM to yield the defense of any Seedkin characters on the encounter map. I've got feelings about these titles. We're moving on. We've spent too much time here as it is. The title stuff seems like it would be very dependent on the DM. Yeah, I feel like you have to overhaul that, right? Like, what the titles feel like is the titles feel like background features, right? Like how, you know, how if you choose the background folk hero, like the common folk will open their door to you and offer you shelter and solace, right? Like, it feels like the titles are trying to be background features, but like not quite bridging that gap. You're gonna say they sound very much like a background. Yeah, and I mean, like, you know, in the interest of fairness, right? Because again, there are other tabletop role-playing games that exist out there. It does certainly have the energy of, you know, sort of a like making them encounter powers again feels so reductive. There's no social element here, which I did see a very interesting deep dive into Japanese TTRPG culture, which, if you know anything about people in Japan, they're all, you know, overworked and underpaid. And so the whole thing is that a lot of people who play TTRPGs in Japan like do it in like very quick bursts. So the fact that the player handbook and the GM guide literally has things like play for 2 hours and then quick save is actually really good for a Japanese audience, because that way, right, like it sort of encourages them to say, you don't need to dedicate 4 hours of your lives, because some of them might not have 4 hours to try and play, right? So like, again, cultural context and things like that. But yeah. We did get some example titles. I'm not loving them. But yeah, we can fiddle with it ourselves. I wonder... Yeah, there's nothing terribly exciting in the player handbook besides those two things that I'm specifically looking for. I wonder if they're, like, when they actually release the proper books, because the implication is this is just to get started, right? And you're going to be going into it. I wonder if the implication is that they're going to have these little standees, or I say standees, not even, these little markers for literally every single character? Or are they going to like sell booster packs for you to buy of like this is the Ul'dah booster pack, and inside it you'll get Ifrit, and you'll get like a bunch of these other punch outs, because like I don't know that I would be willing to buy these. Like I don't know that I look at this piece of cardboard with a picture printed on it and go, this is really activating my imagination. You know what I mean? But on the flip side, unless you go the standee route yourself, right? Who's printing, 28 millimeter Final Fantasy characters? I shouldn't say a booster pack. What is it called? Like a splinter pack? No, that's not the right term. Blister pack. Blister pack? When it's like always the same thing inside each of them, but it's like to save space and to also like allow you to slot in and out. At that point, you would just take a home printer and print images on cardstock. That's what I'm wondering, Wirebone. Yeah. We'll have to see, right? Because again, we don't actually have the rest of the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG. The reception to it might be so frosty that Squeenix, pulls the plug on this. Because I've got to be honest, with the lack of new information, in the player handbook, I'm not thrilled about what's going to be in the Game Master's Guide, and or whether or not I actually have the tools to start doing anything myself yet, right? We might have to be just hacking a lot of stuff. Less professional looking, but the professional version is very underwhelming. Yeah, I don't know. What this is really feeling like to me is the Dishonored. This is really feeling like the Dishonored tabletop role-playing game, where Modifius released it and like people were hoping that it was going to be good. But why would you do that when you have the Blades in the Dark, right? There are a lot of people who have played and made their own iterations of Final Fantasy XIV TTRPGs in a number of other systems, and I don't know if this is bringing any competitive edge, right? You paid for the brand, not the quality. Very fair. Almost any homebrew resources for 14 are almost definitely more thorough than what we've seen so far. That's a fair point, Wirebone. In the interest of fairness, we haven't seen everything. I just can't imagine there's a large part of Creative Business Unit 3 doing it, but we'll see. Running the game is the same. Pages 18 through 61 contain an original set of scenarios in the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG as an adventurer and not a GM. Do not read these pages. They contain massive spoilers for the story ahead. So I probably won't let you guys see that. Although they do include level 40 and 50 chocobos this time, whereas the PDFs were only level 30 characters. Yeah, so far this is the same. Oh, the L's are corner markers. Sure, okay. There's a few cute pieces of artwork inside the GM book. I don't know that they're particularly thrilling, because ultimately I know a lot of good artists, and the art of Final Fantasy XIV, while compelling, it's not the main reason why I'm reading this rule book. Okay. Wow, really? So everything in here is just scenarios, huh? Sure. So basically, the online free PDFs are giving you almost all of the information. There's a little bit of expanding on the things that you saw previously. There are a few more monster stat blocks in here, but I gotta be real, I'm not terribly compelled by pages 19 through 61. There is a scantily clad aura sitting on a Magitech chair. So if you're interested in seeing that, play the scenario Imperial Machinations. Garleans, monsters, Garleans, Magitech. Another person in a chair. Wait, show us the scantily clad aura. You'll have to play it yourself, Firebone. Cool. Sure. There's a fate monster in here. Garleans. Sylphs. A man in a chair. A tank. A Lalafell wearing Minfilia's clothing. Man. We'll have to see. And Sora Joe, thank you so much for the hydrate. I desperately do need to hydrate. That's Yoshi P's Lalafell used in live letters. Oh, Celica? Okay. I'm the only person you know who wants to play this game. Oh boy. Can I say? I do not feel like the year of our Lord 2024 has gotten a lot of big W's for Demise. Dragon's Dogma 2, the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG. Fingers crossed for Dawn Trail. You know they're kind of stuck in the A Realm Reborn storylines and you're worried about it being cliche and very typical. So Sathis, here's the part that disappoints me / troubles me the most, is if they gave us the building blocks in the starter set to construct our own scenarios, I think I would be a little bit less reticent like I am right now. The problem is that the scenarios that they give in the Game Master Guide are very toothless in terms of the meat and potatoes of the decision-making process that they made, right? So I think it would be very easy to do post-Endwalker content with literally any of the city-states, but that being said, you know, what am I doing with statistics? Am I just purely making it up? Am I ripping it from the MMO, which is probably what I'm going to have to do, obviously. But like, it's a little bit strange to see them give me something that doesn't tell me how to make characters, that doesn't tell me how to make encounters. And you know, that being said, again, it's a starter set. It's just to give you an aperitif of what the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG might be. But with the amount of time it took for us to get this, you know, so these guys love their chairs, really. Do call you Sora? Sorry, Sora, will do. At least you assume it's the Lalafell. It's Celica, who has their own cutout. Oh, you know what's so funny? There's a cutout for the normal Garlean man in the Magitech chair. There is no cutout for the scantily clad aura in the Magitech chair. And that's thoroughly disappointing. But yeah, this one? It's a Lalafell with black and red hair wearing the Minfilia outfit. You're just saying you don't have people to play with? We're still gonna give it a good old college try. I still want to try the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG. We've got some feelings, you know? So, that is Yoshi P's. Okay, gotcha. Okay, let's look over the last remaining vestige of potential interest, because these are the character pages, which I feel conflicted about, but let's try and make it rock and or roll. Again, like, the thing that sucks about this the most, I think, is the whole paying for the brand, I think, is not an invalid statement to make. I just wish, I don't know. Sathis, I think you're 100% right. It's not that you know what? Actually, maybe not 100% right. I think you're in the ballpark. I would not say that the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG feels out of date. I would say that it feels like it's moving at a glacial pace. Like, when Dungeons and Dragons released a starter set, like the starter set there was also very controversial, right? The Mines of Phandelver adventure module, everything else, it was a little bit okay for D&D, for Wizards of the Coast to get away with that, because the idea is you've played Dungeons and Dragons before, and if you haven't, you can go back and buy old Dungeons and Dragons handbooks. Wizards are still going to be making their money if you do that. But it was giving you a glimpse of what you could expect with 5e, right? When I playtested Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, the playtest was called D&D Next, right? There is no public playtest of the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG in the United States. Maybe there was a public playtest of it in Japan, right? And so no public playtest to generate buzz, no prior examples for anyone to be excited about. The idea to release a starter set to be like, here's your aperitif. Squeenix, the aperitif was the MMO. We've played the MMO. Give us the thing. I don't know. Anyways, it's besides the point. I'm feeling a little bit nervous. I do desperately need to see character creation and encounter construction. Once we get even an inkling of those things, like a monster manual or a bestiary, they could actually literally just call it the Ramdale Codices to be in universe, and that would actually be very cute. I think that's gonna help solidify things somewhat, but we'll see. There was the live stream during the live letter, but yeah, right. And like, I know there were some Japanese gaming outlets that got advanced copies, right? And some tabletop game review channels and things like that, right? But like, this is very heavily assuming, one, that everyone is sitting around the table, fair, tabletop role-playing game. In the modern day and age, there's a lot of people playing online, so I don't know exactly how this is translating. Two, to give me something called a strategy guide does make me feel like you're giving me homework to play a TTRPG, right? And like, you know, in the interest of fairness, you should be educated in what you're doing, right? If you spend too much time on your turn relearning what your character can and cannot do, the flow of combat, you will slow down the pace of play. But like, the White Mage FAQ. It's my turn, but none of my allies have taken damage. What should I do? Anytime your party isn't in need of healing is a chance for you to join the offensive. Stone 2 allows you to contribute to the fight. Squeenix, what are you talking about? Like, nah, use another cure too, honestly. Like, okay. My party is in bad shape. How can I heal a lot of HP all at once? Use Cure 2 or Medica as your primary action, and Cure as your secondary action. I mean, like, you get it. You get a little bit of information in terms of, like, the idea of primary and secondary, but still, like, lads, I don't know. Ugh. It's wacky. It's wacky. Time to make some homebrew. I want to try it rules as written at least once. But Thathies, I'm not going to disagree with you. Again, a large part of it was we were just looking to have a cultural touchstone to, like, see what Squeenix would have released and then use that to make sort of the Ishgardian house game. And again, I'm still going to play through the scenarios. I want to see what it looks like. We'll see how it goes. Dragoon. I'm running low on HP. How can I help myself in a fight? Bloodbath grants you drain. You restore health when you deal damage. Okay. Sure. And then on the back, on each of their strategy guides, there's a rule summary, and the rule summary is the same for each of them. You love playing clerics in D&D because they have some super impressive things they can do besides heal. So it is unfortunate to see that it's just can't heal, throw rock. I mean, I imagine this is where some of the customization on titles comes from, right? And in the rule book, they very explicitly state, you know, don't worry about equipment. Equipment is not a thing. So playing around with the idea of titles, awarding titles to be able to do that, is interesting. I don't know, though. The thing that is the most in favor of the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG that I will say right now is I do feel like I could slap a Final Fantasy XIV player in front of this TTRPG and they will intuitively be able to translate the video game experience into the TTRPG combat mechanics. I don't know if that's to their credit or detriment. I will have to actually play through their scenarios, because at a certain point in time, you have to ask yourself the question, why am I playing the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG when I could just play the video game? And I don't know that they've given us an answer. Which is very disconcerting, it has to be said. Very strange. Which is okay, but why not just play the video game at that point? Exactly, Sathies. The Warriors Strategy Guide, same thing. The FAQ. Enmity is slightly interesting. Enmity just means that anybody who isn't attacking you gets a -5 on all ability checks that don't target you. Sure. That's interesting, but not interesting enough to justify it, I don't think. Sure. Yeah, we'll have to see how this plays. I'm tentative right now. Which is sad, because I wanted to be overwhelmingly and ecstatically yes. The character sheets per level, the backside is blank. The primary attributes that they're giving us seem to be ranging from 0 to 5, which You know what? I'll just take that instead of you giving me the modifiers. There's an area for MP, HP, items. There's an area for traits, and then it organizes by primary, secondary, and instant abilities, which I don't think that's a bad thing. I can enjoy that just fine. I don't know, though. It is funny that they made Rampart a secondary ability instead of an instant ability, but I suppose they had to do something to differentiate between GCD, OGCD versus primary, secondary, and instant, so fine. Can you... Okay, no, each of the instant abilities do have a... each of them do have a limitation for how often you can use the instant abilities. Southies, what's the about? There is a trait for Wrath on the warrior, which I'm thinking fine. Secondary actions. So in the rule book that they gave us, you think you're being overly critical because you hate change. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I think the way that they play with secondary actions is interesting, and this is what I mean about, like, okay, it's different from D&D. And so instinctively, people for whom D&D is a comfortable area, there's already going to be some initial resistance to that, right? When I learned Call of Cthulhu, when I learned Shadowrun, when I learned Dungeons and Dragons, I had to invest a lot of time and energy, and that very voluntarily puts you down a sort of sunk cost fallacy, right? The fact that I've never played anything quite like the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG is not necessarily an indication that the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG is bad. It's just an indication that I personally am going to have to relearn a lot, which I don't know that I want to, but there we go. I will also say they better make the paladin like freaking rock, because I'm looking at the warrior abilities and I do think the warrior abilities do seem quite cool. Again, like, this is the weird thing about this, is it feels like they have translated the spirit of Final Fantasy XIV into a TTRPG. It's just they've also imparted the body. They've imparted the spirit, the like spirit of the law, but they've also imparted the letter of the law, and I don't know how I feel about that. Ugh. Dark Knight better be wicked as hell. God, I hope they don't give Dark Knight enmity. I hope they don't give Dark Knight enmity and they just take and they just give Dark Knight damage, and that Dark Knight is worthless at lower levels. And that's just because I'm bitter that Dark Knight got all of the attention in Ishgard. I mean, deserved attention, but I'm still bitter about it. I wonder if they're going to have characters at the interstitial levels, because all of these characters have a 30, 40, and 50 array. But none of them have... none of them have interstitial steps between them. 35, 40, 45, 50, which is interesting. You take your bad old paladin quests and you sit down and enjoy them. I fucking hate the paladin old quest line. I mean, here's what I'll say for the paladin old quest line. At least it's better than the paladin Heavensward quest line. Yeah, and then 40, 50 just has more abilities that you can do. Let's look at the Dragoon with a critical eye, because Sathis was saying that they were a little bit unhappy with it, right? So Dragoon has a combo ability. After resolving the effects of an ability with combo, you may use one of the specified abilities at any point during your turn. You may move before doing so, and you may choose a new target when using this ability. Sure, that doesn't really say anything to me too much, but I'm listening. Power Surge. While under the effect of Power Surge, your abilities deal an additional 2 damage. Power Surge is removed when you're knocked out. Drain. While under the effect of Drain, your abilities restore 2 HP for each damage they receive. So, if you do True Thrust into Vorpal Thrust into Full Thrust, you may move, you may target a new target with that ability. I guess that lets you spread damage. There's been nothing so far in the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG to justify spreading damage. There seems to be no reason to do that, but fine. You have some suggestions for Full Thrust. Okay, go ahead, Wirebone. Class fantasy. Yeah. I mean, like, the thing is that what they're doing is they're looking at Dragoon at level 30. They're looking at the classes that you have on Dragoon at level 30, and they're translating it to the TTRPG. I just don't know that we're enjoying this, Squeenix. Piercing Talon, that's your ranged. Jump, it's a jump. Life Surge, Lance Charge, Bloodbath, Leg Sweep, all of those seem to do more or less you'd expect. Deal extra damage, gain life back, stun an enemy. Wow. So in 14, when you stun a creature, they build up a stun resistance, right? Each subsequent time that they're stunned for a shorter period of time until they're immune to being stunned entirely. Leg Sweep says, stun the target until the end of this turn. Any character stunned by this ability cannot be stunned again during this encounter. What is the White Mage's Holy? Does that have a similar effect? Holy. Deals 5 damage, stuns all targets until the end of turn. Any character stunned by this ability cannot be stunned again during this encounter. Wow, 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 wow. What about Warrior? Yeah. If you stun the monster once, they can never be stunned again. I hate that. I mean, it makes sense, but I don't like it. Can you Holy spam? Holy is a primary ability, and it costs 2 MP with you regenerating 2 MP at the end of Adventure Step. Fresna, you can cast Holy every single turn. There is nothing stopping you from Holy spamming. This feels like it's sticking so hard to the game that the TTRPG is losing the RP. Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of potential to hack here. Like just like a mountain of places where, not that they've messed up, but like It feels like they haven't... And I don't know. It's so strange. The lack of social engagement. Like, I don't know. I feel strange. I feel strange. Level 40 Dragoon. You get Elusive Jump, which allows you to jump backwards. Oh my god. Roll a d20 for the ability check. On a 1, the GM determines your final destination. That's very silly. Why have them roll at all, though? Except for 5% of the time, they just mess it up. Head Dragoon players in the chat, do you guys feel like 5% of the time you screw up your jump back? Smile. Spine Shatter Dive. All of the direct hits that are on here to talk about what happens if you get those little crits. Direct hits, rather. Yeah. I see why you're not thrilled about any of these classes. But again, all of these classes at level 50 got absolutely shredded, you know what I mean? It's a good start. It really needs to be worked on. I agree, Sathies. Only 5%? Mesphia, what would you say is the percentage of you messing up your Dragoon jumps? Blizzard, Fire, Thunder, Sleep. Does Black Mage have Scathe? I only have Thaumaturge at level 33, so I've not seen Scathe. Deals 3 damage as a secondary ability, sure. Mana Ward, Mana Font, Ethereal Manipulation. Yeah, none of these mean anything to me because I've not played Black Mage. Scathe is a Black Mage skill, hell yeah. Okay. 100% for you when you Dragoon. Gotcha. Scathe is 15. Oh, is it locked behind a class quest, though, Presna? Because we have not done any of our class quests, because we've been saving them for stream. It took you well into endgame content to be consistent with your jumps, and you still mess up, verily. I mean, hey, no worries. You're a DPS. We expect you to mess up, Smile. When the DPS dies, we just ask the healer to adjust. When the tank dies, it's because the tank is bad. Saving them for stream, and instead we farm MGP. The MGP event was for a short period of time, Mesphia. We only had a small period of time to farm MGP. That's over now. And so now we got to get back into the content grind. You get it. It's an instant cast ability that you pretty much just use to keep your GCDs rolling while you're dodging mechanics, but at later levels you get better skills, so you can stop using Scathe. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, Man, as someone who was super excited for the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG, I wish I could give you... I wish I could give you concrete hope. I am going to try and play a couple of games of this. Maybe we'll stream it. Maybe we'll record it to send out somewhere. But unfortunately, as it stands right now, we're still waiting to see what's going on with the TTRPG. That being said, we're still going to be messing around with it because I am hopelessly addicted to TTRPGs and also Final Fantasy XIV. We're going to go on a very quick break, and when we return, we're going to actually be doing the video game. Imagine such a thing. See you all soon. All right, wise guy. Wow, it's been 90 minutes and he's still not started stream. That's a record. We were just going over the Final Fantasy XIV starter set, which for the TTRPG. I'm trying to remember, like, how hardcore am I huffing the copium? You know what I mean? I'm trying to remember when the D&D starter set came out. I feel like I was also unhappy with that, right? Like, because the D&D starter set similarly did not come out with character creation or anything. You're gonna be blunt and say you're a hater? I think I'm huffing the copium. I think I'm huffing the copium, Sathis. Because worst case scenario, does it need to be good for you to enjoy having a thing you enjoy? We'll see. I'll be honest with you, Techno, is here's a part of the problem, right? A part of the problem was that when I role play inside of Final Fantasy XIV, shock, gasp, surprise, I role play. One of the things that I hate doing is I hate having sort of any conversation about power levels. Role players, as a general rule of thumb, are terrible at like managing themselves and limiting their power levels and things like that. That being said, you know, but finding that balance and that joy can be something that is interesting. I'm not thrilled with the fact that the same level of complication that I would feel about someone being like, oh yeah, well, my character is a level 50 Dragoon inside the game, right? Like, I would be like, that doesn't inform me anything. That doesn't tell me narratively what your character can or cannot do. Is now codified inside of the TTRPG, which I'm not in love with. And then the other thing that I will say is, I'm very unhappy with how they've just given everyone a job stone. Because with the white mage, the whole thing is that being a white mage is outlawed unless you are specifically a Pagel, which this lore means nothing to most people, and most people don't care, and they just say that their character is a white mage. But the problem with that is that that's not how it actually works in the fiction. And like, I don't know. Like, you know what it is that this feels like someone made a character. This feels like a character, like somebody was like, oh, I could make a TTRPG, and then just did it without paying any attention to the actual lore and universe. That rule is kind of dumb. Who wants to be a forever baby? But Sathis, that's the problem, is that regardless of whether or not you want to, the really phenomenal conjurers of the world, the ones who become hearers, the one who like rise above their obstacles, are doing it in a very impressive way, right? Being a skilled conjurer is a big deal. Being a white mage is just getting it handed the answer on a platter, right? On one situation, you are reliant upon your surrounding environment, ambient aether, trying to manufacture situations in which you can help people. In the other, you are the battery source of all of your spells. You don't need to worry about trying to find any sort of equilibrium with nature. You just supply the magic from within you. Like, okay, but then, like, what was the point of talking about nature's balance in the first place? But yeah. Also, Presna, we're not doing Thornton now. We're gonna do Thornton tomorrow, I think. So the TTRPG having levels and being a TTRPG removes the RP enjoyment? No. So here's a better comparison, TechnoWiz. If you were going to play a TTRPG about being a sniper, and the rules inside of that TTRPG gave you mechanically a bunch of like battle passes that, like, if you pay the DM money to level up your battle pass, your character gets significantly better, you would be like, what the fuck am I reading? What is happening? This is nonsense, right? Sure, my cool first person shooter has a battle pass, but that's not what I want in my TTRPG. Yes, that makes it a one-to-one immersion, but that's not the same thing as I am living out the fantasy of being a sniper, right? Like, the fact that the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG includes like one-for-one mechanics from the video game is fine, but a part of that problem is that you are losing any sort of distinction or identity. Could you just make a TTRPG without the leveling and stuff you don't like, and just play a TTRPG where the story is the focus and it's far removed from the actual dice and stats and level and stuff? And by make a TTRPG, I mean set up your game. So the problem with that, for me, TechnoWiz, when we're looking at it at its face value, is not every game is going to be Dungeons and Dragons. Not every game is going to be exactly what you're happy with, right? And so of course you can hack every single TTRPG that you play, but at that point in the game, why play any TTRPG at all, right? Like, why not just make up your own system? And a lot of people do. A lot of people do make their own systems. They've got some really cool mechanics inside of it. Some of my friends in high school used to have a mechanic where you would upgrade the die that you were rolling, and that one was a critical success, and the farther away you got from one, the worse that you did. So they actually made us all buy D30s, right? And if you had no idea what you were doing and you were a bumbling idiot with no aptitude, you rolled a D30, right? So if you do a 30, it's up shit creek without a paddle. And that when you were leveling up, you leveled up the die that you were using. That's an innovative mechanic. For what Final Fantasy XIV, the TTRPG, is doing, it is not only not reinventing the mechanics of a TTRPG in any meaningful capacity, it's also not, like, it is literally identical to playing the video game, with the exception that now you have to do more math. And I don't know what the incentive to play that is. Maybe you missed something. Does the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG have a battle pass? No, TechnoWiz, but it also doesn't have... It doesn't have anything that the video game doesn't have, right? And like, it is hard for me to say this in an evocative way with regards to Final Fantasy XIV. Like, Final Fantasy XIV is a very good video game. I enjoy the hell out of Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know that Final Fantasy XIV is a really good TTRPG as it is, right? Like, I was hoping that the design philosophy of the TTRPG would provide new mechanics and core structures and systems, and instead they've translated it at a one-to-one, you know what I mean? How's the inventory looking? Oh boy, it's bad. But should it be a requirement to play the game before the TTRPG? I'm gonna be honest, with what I've read from the starter set, yes. With what I've read from the starter set, the classes are very intuitive if you've played the video game. if you haven't played the video game, you might have a slightly larger hurdle. But okay, here's an easy example, right? Sure. Let's talk about Warrior. Sorry, and we can't. I will actually clean up my inventory a little bit at some point in time today. But let's talk about Warrior, right? And let's sink down. Let's sink down to a level 50 dungeon. All right, let's go to the Wanderer's Palace. You think you understand now? Sorry, I just the problem. I promise I'll get over it at some point in time. Now is not that time. So some of the abilities that you get as a warrior at level 50, which you can't see, and I do apologize, but take my word for it. Some of the abilities that you get is the warrior combo, which is heavy swing plus maim. These are literally the names of the skills of the class in the video game. And you might be thinking to yourself, oh, that's cute. They're taking the inspiration from the video game to name the abilities inside of the TTRPG. But it's not just the names. The idea of the combo systems, the actual things that they do in terms of generating more damage when you go farther along the combo and things like that. These are all core parts of the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG, right? The secondary abilities are a little bit fun for playing around with the concept of OGCDs, but there is nothing on this sheet of paper that is separate from what I do in the video game, right? Storm's Path, Storm's Eye, Storm's Path, Storm's Eye, weapon skills inside this game. Reprisal, an ability inside of this game. Again, functionally acting just like the video game, right? And so when you're talking about mitigation or whatever, right? Some of the mitigation that it's giving us is vengeance, thrill of battle, interject, etc. All of these are systems within this game. You know what I mean? And like that's the thing that's a little bit frustrating is I don't know. Oh my god, do I have to die? Okay. Please kill me. Please free me from this hell. Thank you. Okay. Is like I don't know why you would play the TTRPG when you could just play the video game, right? Combos isn't exclusive to Final Fantasy. You could pick it up from playing other TTRPGs. I did abandon my duty, Technoiz. I'm sorry. I only have 100 of them a day. The thing that you raise here, Raven, which is a good point, which is you could pick up the idea of combos from playing other TTRPGs. True. Yes, very much so. But when I look at, because we went over this a little bit earlier, in the starter set, to try and sort of offset the idea of this being a new system, they give you these little strategy guides, they call them. And the problem with the strategy guides is that they read in an almost insane way. If you've never played Final Fantasy XIV. But if you have played Final Fantasy XIV, it feels like you're reading an actual play guide for the class. What's the best way to protect my party when our enemies have us outnumbered? Overpower. One of your primary abilities is your go-to for dealing with crowds of enemies. It's literally just explaining what your AoE is. overpower, right? And so to someone who's never played Final Fantasy XIV, you're like, oh wow, okay, this is explaining some like deep and like highly complex mechanism. But for you, a Final Fantasy XIV player, you're like, duh, an AoE is the way that I deal a lot of damage to a lot of like monsters. Like, what? Sorry. I'm about to take a lot of damage, but I don't have enough HP to survive. Is there anything I can do? When you find yourself in a tight spot, you can use Thrill of Battle, one of your instant abilities, to heal yourself. Right? And like, again, a tank player is like, yeah, I would use Thrill of Battle to heal myself. But for someone who doesn't know, right? Like that's why I would almost say that the Final Fantasy XIV the actual video game, is a requisite to play the TTRPG, is that it feels like the design is with and obviously with people who've played the MMO in mind, but like to such a high degree. When you migrate from one platform to another, some things may not make sense to translate one-to-one, like the lore and job system. Things like they're trying to bring in people who only play TTRPGs, or both the game and TTRPGs. I mean, and again, right? Like I'm being very whiny about this. I'm like, it's not exactly what I want it to be, right? And so I think it is a fair point to bring out. What are they trying to do here, right? And most likely what they're trying to do is they're most likely trying to bring in the audience of people who've played TTRPGs. They get used to this. They're like, wow, this is so cool. Then maybe they play the MMO, right? Or vice versa, right? But I don't know. Looking at it from a business decision perspective, like, I don't know. I guess it removes, excuse me, the like, oh, excuse me. I guess it removes the like theoretical world in which this is being done for anything other than business, right? You know what I think it is? I think it's that. I think the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG is so obviously designed with like a financial incentive in mind, which I should not be whining about, because it is a business. But like, I don't know, it makes me somewhat sad. We'll cease your complaining if it gets annoying. No, I don't think it's any more or less annoying than like anything else that is a critical observation, right? And again, I think everyone is allowed to say this is or isn't for me. For me, who's like brain rotting on Final Fantasy XIV all the time, it's still doing a bunch of the things I need it to do, right? It's still giving me, come on, lads. It's still giving me the tools by which to, like, mechanically justify adventures. But the other problem is that, like, the setup for Dawn Trail, right? The expansion for Endwalker Post really set itself up that it was like, any adventurer could do this. You don't need to be the Warrior of Light. See all of these other general adventurers who are going about the place, right? But like, you're a monk? Perfect. like the sort of like theoretical and conceptual promise of where we're going right now is you don't have to be the hero of legend. You don't have to be the main character. You could be any generic person, right? And that's, I think, a part of my disappointment with the TTRPG is like it's very clearly just following the Warrior of Light narrative that was going up until Endwalker, because like how else do you explain your character being a white mage, right? And like a lot of little odds and ends like that. God, someday we're going to be able to do a high bridge defense perfectly, but that day is not today. You'd like to be a generic person and work yourself up to be something more important. You don't even have to necessarily be a generic person, right? Like, you know, in Dungeons and Dragons, for example, you're not starting as a commoner or a warrior or whatever. You are starting as, you know, a heroic adventuring class. But the problem is that the Adventurers Guild and all of the other characters inside of it in the world of Final Fantasy XIV, like, they're not the lads that like are being presented in here, right? Like when you become a warrior, the narrative is that like that's a very big deal. There are very few other warriors because the secret like strategy from Curious George's clan, like the secret treaties and whatnot, are all sort of lost. And that's a part of your job there, is you're helping them rediscover it and figure it back out. And so not anyone can be a warrior. And like, I don't know. Again, I'm just being a little too picky and a little too judgmental. But if there was something I was hoping would be lore compliant, I guess I was hoping it would be the TTRPG, right? And yes, Techno is. They very purposefully have a character named Curious George for the comedic reference to the monkey by a same name. Oh shit. I need 5 more of these medals, and then I'm done with this part of the grind. Also, does anybody want a tiny rat? Because that is the other reward for doing the high bridge fate chain, is Chachamun gives you access to an expanded market, and a part of his market are tiny rats. Okay. I should not ask that question while Raven is in the chat, because they'll think we're muscling into their territory, but you get it. Raven, you don't need any more. Raven's FC is called Rat, and their whole thing are also the rats, right? You don't need these tiny rats, Raven. But you are welcome to them. We become the new rat cult. I would not take on Rat in 1,000 years. You need to refill your inventory. I need to empty my inventory, so I suppose that's fair, actually. I think I only have until the next cycle of this, so will bite me? No, please. Please don't bite me, especially not down south. I sure would hate it if you bit my corn right on the cob. Anyways. You always get complaints when you do that? I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Mesphia. Raven. Rats. Rats. You are the rats. Okay. I do also like just that fate chain in general. Like, I recently came across one in East Shroud, I want to say. Is that where Quarry Mill is? And that is there is one basically entirely set around, oh my gosh, not red wallers. That's not the right thing. The poachers who are there, and it's a really interesting chain involving a siege and protecting gates. And it feels sad that we don't do like innovative stuff like that anymore. You come to me on the night of my rat's wedding. If it bites you and you die, it's venomous. You bite it and you die, it's poisonous. You bite it and no one dies, it's kinky. Sounds like Zootopia. Hello? Raven? Hello? Consider it my... Oh god. What is it called? Consider it my dowry. Oh, the wedding bit. Sorry. Not only am I massively scatterbrained, generally speaking, specifically, I'm all over the place right now. Your Elizin has fangs because you like your Elizin being unique. Am I sure I would like to be bitten like that? Maybe Elish really wants a dick piercing. Have you considered? And now I will replenish on my rats for no reason whatsoever. I know I said I was going to clean out my inventory, but I'm not going to do that. Your father will hear from my father about this? Listen, it's so normal, actually. I could do Pugilist. It's now my lowest level class. Give me 10 seconds as my computer screams at me. Understandably, I would argue. But here we are. What are we doing? Okay. Please stop being aggroed on me, Beetle. I would appreciate that. Oh, there is actually another interesting fate chain up in the Gold Bazaar, which is kind of like an interesting siege. I didn't actually realize that Gold Bazaar was here. Also, I was thinking about this the other day. The Royal Allegan Sunway being a dirt path, or okay, sure, like a cobblestone path. Do y'all think it's not actually Allegan, and Ul'dah is just calling it that to like try and make it sound fancier than it actually is? 100%, yeah. Maybe it's poetic? Maybe. Tourist traps are their economy. You know what? That's not wrong. Uldons aren't really poetic, are they? Ruckus would have a field day with you, Saphies. I won't tell Ruckus, but you watch yourself, mister. I don't know if we're actually gonna get an opportunity to see the Gold Bazaar pop off. I don't really pay attention to what triggers the sort of siege event. I just like, also in southern Thanalan, in the Forgotten Springs, there's also sort of a siege fate that happens there. Although the siege fate in the Forgotten Springs is a bunch of worms, whereas at least here in the Gold Bazaar, it is like motivated by the Amalja, right? So one feels slightly more pressing. There's also... I can't remember if this is also a part of the Ruins of Belda or not. The Invisible City. But, yeah. There's two fates that I care about. Oh god. Why were they all immune to being frozen? What? You're just a bunch of goats. Why are goats immune to being... Oh man. Oh man. I hate it when I have to actually do any fighting. Okay. We're just 4 more away from being done with Koma-san. Hey, Theo. I was screaming about the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG, which, in the interest of fairness, I still think there is a chance. But now we're just doing a teeny tiny bit of yokai. And then we'll be probably pivoting over to role quests. But yeah. Oh no. Where is this? Hello? Oh, okay. You? An old wives' tale states that if the monster Gossamer comes for you in your sleep, you will awake as bald as a melon. Middle-aged men across the realm unite, for the bane must be quelled. What? Alright. Maybe not all of the writing in A Realm Reborn was good. Oh shit. Okay. Just 3 more medals and we're down. We must defeat the Melon Lord. Listen. Listen. I was thinking about this the other day, about how like my MMO experiences in part are like influenced around stuff like Adventure Quest, Dragon Fable, Maple Story, those kinds of games. And how I don't really play those anymore. I was thinking about going back and looking at them again, but I was like, could I bear to go back? Adventure Quest World stream when? Adventure Quest is a part of what made me love Paladins so much. I did try Adventure Quest Worlds. It had 0 staying power for me. What does... Guildhest needs a tank? Sure. I'll do a teeny tiny Guildhest as we're rocking and rolling. What about the 3D one? Which 3D one, Sathies? I have not played a lot of those free-to-play MMOs in a long time, so yeah. What portrait do I have for Elish as a gunbreaker? Oh, yep. Sure, that's fine. Why is this portrait not synced up? For why? Okay. I don't know what inspired me to do that portrait, but I do think it is funny. Adventure Quest 3D. I don't know that I've ever tried it, so I can say literally nothing about it. Also, where are all the fates, buds? Hello? You can't just say we did all of them. Hello, sir? You did them all. Welcome to Yokai. No! Am I flying a bike? We are! Because Final Fantasy is also about science fiction too. It's about flying a whale to the moon. And also having all of your friends die, but it's okay because they didn't really. Science Fiction 2, you've not seen the first one? Can I help you, TechnoWiz? Okay, we'll go over down there, although it'll probably be resolved before it's done. Sorry, I'm just doing a guild hest in between, so that way we have something to do other than just turn our brain off. Now the Queen of Bones shows up, I think. And we have to deal with a lot of boys there. Do we have to kill this votive candle? I feel like the answer is no. But maybe the answer is yes? The answer was yes. Okay. He says as if guild hests don't turn brain off. Guild hests are interesting. I like them every time. At least also they're trying to do something new, you know what I mean? Like, it's not cookie cutter, which you might see an immediate irony to me saying that, but because it's so old that it has gone full circle back. But I don't know. There's just something infinitely charming about guild hests. If you say so. No, come on! Have you seen this bomb queen? Have you seen all these AoEs she's laying down? Think about all the education we're gaining. Think about how much better of players we're becoming. Think about all of the valuable lessons that have been imparted on this day. With all of them outdated tactics. No, come on! Do you not love Battle Warden Sidonia? Your Ishgardian Adventurers Guild contact? No, why not? Heartbreaking. We can go out and do Desert Rose again. You do also get a bonus the first time. Nope, that's not what I needed it to be. You do also get a bonus the first time you do a guild hest on any given class, which works both with job stones and without it, which I think is cool. You like the pink bow? I knew you'd find something redeeming about them. Your heart only has room for your 2 elf husbands. Not even a single elf waifu? Oh, shoot. I forgot to do... I need to slurp a DPS's essence again. Okay. That's metal 8. We just need 2 more. I would like to be able to show you guys the Siege of the Gold Bazaar, because I think it's interesting. But we can go talk to the people in Highbridge instead. Who's Demeist's waifu and who's Elish's waifu? Elish's waifu is Susie Vanderbilt, and that's all I'll say on that one. Who's my waifu? There's the mining gathering quests guild master. Her name is Adalberta. She's stolen my heart. And I say that in part sarcastically, but in part I just don't know that there are any compelling femme characters in this game. Oh, you know what? No, Edda absolutely is. What am I even talking about? It is 1000% Edda. What is your essence? DPS, thank you. Edda is a yandere who goes crazy and, like, kills all of her former adventuring party in order to get back her abusive boyfriend's, like, disembodied corpse ghost. And if that doesn't sound like a match made in heaven to you, you're not paying attention. She's a psycho? What do you mean? She's in love, Raven! Woo love. Is this a reference to the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats? Because if so, what a wild pull. A pack of wild Mmorpgs have left their mountain homes to forage in the lowlands. The beastkin are known to eat anything and everything, and if not stopped and driven back to the crags, they will more than likely consume what precious little foliage remains in Thanalan. Sure, I guess. If you can't fix her, she could always make you worse. Either is good. That's what I'm saying. Oh, you know what? Actually, you saying that does remind me, Raven. Athena before she goes Moth Mommy is also very good. When Athena does her head tilt at like that perfect 90 degrees, I was like, oh, she is going to ruin me. Holy shit. I already finished Komasan. Okay. And I expected to take a lot longer than that. Oh no. My computer's about to explode. Sorry about that, lads. Good. Promising, even. I ask myself the question, is opera worth it? To which the answer is no. But I do have a bad problem of not wanting to change maybe anything. There is literally nothing else for us in Eastern Thanalan. So Outer Lenosha it is. Outer Lenosha, Uasapion, and Blizzara. I'm feeling particularly patriotic today. Wait, what? Are not all of the Yokai Watch minions? Okay, no, I just went the wrong way. Got it. Oh, good. Computer's very happy. Outer Lenosha. Opera's alright. You think it's more so the constant bullshit from Google trying to mess with other browsers through YouTube and shit? I mean, also Opera is irrefutably run by a bunch of, like, crypto bros, which, like, I don't know. Like, all businesses are evil, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, etc., etc. I should really just go back to using Google Chrome, or Mozilla Firefox, because you literally never hear anything about it. Outer Lenosha. But yeah. Speaking of, the number of tech bro AI bullshit ads you get on Twitter is so fucking ass. Insufferable groups of people. It's just, I'll be honest with you, it's just truly that no one has replaced Twitter. You know what I mean? Like, I saw somebody the other day extolling the virtues of Blue Sky, and I will agree that Blue Sky does have a ton of merits, but I don't know. One of its merits are not its expansive user base. You know what I mean? What are the chances of you being deep frozen? Sorry, Broger. Fantastic. I feel a little bad for doing all of this blue mage cheese, but there's no one out here farming with me. Hello? Man is a ghost. I was about to start his escort quest and he despawned. Goodbye, I guess. When so many people have already built themselves up on Twitter, the idea of starting over is scary for people, so I get that, but hell, what a shitty app. True. Patriarch Zebu? Do you know Gabu? Okay. That's a second. Please, sir. Into the mines we go. I don't know. I really like the mines. I can't believe y'all don't. They're just so fun. But maybe that's because I'm, like, secretly a dwarf. Wait. Who got tired of waiting? Oh, hell yeah. You can get ultra vibed. I don't want your Titan Electrum Shield. I'm sorry. Listen, what can I say other than I like shattering the glass ceiling smile? Although, can I shatter the glass ceiling? What do you mean this ugly hellscape? I love it here, especially in comparison to the Sylphlands. These guys are titans of industry. Do you see what I did there? Sorry, is this thing on? They're titans of industry. Do you get it? Sorry, is this... Sorry, I think maybe you guys don't get it. So, an industry titan refers to someone who's very big in the industry. And then, do you guys... Okay, are you guys following? The kobolds summon Titan, the primal. So I'm doing a bit here about the titans of industry. No, not the titans. Say the joke again? Okay, sorry. The titans of industry. And this is why I would never be able to do comedy in the real world. You wish you could yokai right now? I mean, I'll be honest, I'm yokaiing mainly because the time is running out on this. If I didn't already do the Dragon Quest collab, I would probably be doing that as well, right? But fortunately enough, I do have the GIMP suit, so... I see. I do not see. You were walking your coffee. Sorry, one more time for the people in the back. Oh, of course Techno is. The joke is titans of industry. God, it sucks how proud of myself I am. I mean, yeah, you don't think you have half the weapons yet? Yeah, I hear ya. I mean, it's really for the mount, right? Dragon's Quest out? I'm pretty sure it is, right? You want the wiggly guy hat if Vieira can wear it? Oh. Sorry, say that again? Oh, gotcha. Okay. So the kobolds are like doing like higher order technological development, right? So that's an industry. And then they also worship and summon Titan. So the joke is that the kobolds are titans of industry. Do you get it? Titans in this tree, exactly. Got it in one. Huh? What are we on, Mesphia? Jesus Christ. Why is this guy so up? Bust him off the stage? No, come on. Maybe you just didn't get the joke. Did I not explain it well enough? Hold on. So in the Industrial Revolution, back around, like the 1800s, there was this real boom in capitalism. And capitalism was generally viewed as a bad thing by other people more firmly entrenched in sort of hereditary. No, Mesphia, don't lurk. Come back. This is very important. And I think this will help make the joke be funnier, is if I explain it like this. So during this time, there was this real sort of robber baron mentality about other capitalists. But people who were, sort of taking advantage of being merchants, wanted to sort of reinvent themselves. So instead of the whole term of robber baron, which in some ways was derogatory towards new money, they did titans of industry. So that's the real world context. Maybe if I say it in a funny voice? What kind of funny voice do you think I should say it in, Techno is? Ooh voice? Oh boy. Do you get it? Oh god. Ooh. The joke is Titans of Industry. Because when you are a Titan, that's you being very larger than life. And industry is what the kobolds are very good at. I gotta pitch my voice? Oh god, I don't know that I can actually commit that hard. Ooh! No, I can't commit that hard, Battle Benoit. Listen, I think my Titans of Industry joke is very good. I don't know that it's that good. A for effort? I'll take an A for effort. I still need 6 of the Usapons. Oh no! Oh, actually, perfect. Goodbye, sir. I need 5 of the Usapons. Bud? You could have lived. Are the fates that are spawning inside of the caves at an abnormally high frequency? I feel like I haven't left the cave. I know the children yearn for the mines, but I'm too old. I can't be a Victorian coal boy anymore. I'm too big now. I'm 5'11". And yes, I am self-conscious about the fact that it is 1 inch off of 6 feet. What about it? It's a normal condition that men have. Okay. Sir? Oh my god. What? Oh, okay. Sorry, that void scent freaked me out for a second. But, we killed him, so it was super fine. I was just very confused about watching a kobold kill a void scent. Really threw me for a big loop there. So someone the other day was pointing out that the Garleans talk about how sort of Eorzea is a land of savages. And while I'm not the world's biggest fan of sort of condoning and permitting Garlean behavior, there is something to be said about Solution 9 and potentially the rest of the worlds if they are all like significantly technologically advanced in comparison to Eorzea, right? And I do worry about that, I'll be honest. This is so weird. Why is there just a gargoyle void scent in here? Huh. Wacky. I mean, I know there is a void scent who, like, the void scent final boss in, whatchamacallit? Zemail Darkhold, right? And the implication is, like, they're doing a bit about, digging too deep, right? The whole Lord of the Rings situation. So is that sort of what the premise is here? Very strange. So something I was thinking about the other day is the eye level sync. Can anyone confirm, deny the concept of best in slots at lower levels? Because I know I've heard about, like, having a best in slot at level 70, is it, for Uwu? But, like, Is that a thing? Does having relic weapons at every stage in the game actually give you something better for your gear sets? Or is it strictly for glamour? Because it feels like it's a situation where you could have the advantage of like sinking down to level 50, but then getting more stats off of it. But also, that could just be my wishful thinking to justify the relic weapon grind in A Realm Reborn. 2 more Usapions. Why are these 2 boys so frequent? So fast. Is it because you guys give tribal quest rewards? Oh no, none of you are who I want. What the duffer? Really having to brute force our way through that one. Sorry, lads. 1 second. Brute force, what are you? Some kind of titan? No, I don't get the bit. Do you mind explaining that to me, Techno is? Okay, that's 9. We just need 1 more. You swear you thought that sound was your computer? Yeah, sorry. I was just getting some error messages popping up on my side. Which, should I be more concerned about? Potentially. But, today has just been a real humdinger of a day. And honestly, I'm feeling a little bit of just pushing the problem to future demise. Which, you know, is probably how I got in this mess in the first place, if I'm being 100% honest. But, you know. You keep up the bit, but you're playing another game and you don't want to type a bunch. No sweat, Techno is. Enjoy your other game. If we can get that 1 more Usapion. It's so wacky. Because, like, I do feel for the kobolds, right? I do feel for all of the tribals. Because, like, obviously they're an indigenous population that is being sort of almost pushed out, for lack of a better phrase. But there is something, like, especially wacky about the kobolds. Oh god, I'm on a horse. And, like, sort of their ingenuitive, scrappy, stick-to-itiveness. I don't know. I like the kobolds. Okay. We no longer need rabbits with jetpack and gun. We now need... Oh, God. Okay, I'm gonna make my computer very unhappy with me again. Preemptive apologies. Good. Good. Okay, now it's Blizzara. Or Blizzaria? Oh, she's kind of cute. In that, like, very chibi kind of way. Does Yokai Watch ever go the way of Digimon and just fully commit to, having, like, full humanoids with little explanation? Please give me special yokai juice. Metal, please. Metal, please. Well, that's not what I want. How goes the farm? It's certainly going, JR. Honestly, there's a part of me that feels a little bad because I know it's mindless and not terribly interesting, but that's a part of the reason why I am doing it now, right? I have been living for 1,000 years in the Ugoro mines, and I've got to say, I don't know why people are hating on these mines. They're beautiful and they give us everything we could ever need. We've got one of the medals that we need. When this is done, we are going to the gold saucer, picking up 3 weapons, and rocking and rolling out. Are you going for yokai farm? Okay, well, I tried to be polite and offer, but if they're not going to say nothing, I'll just grab the kills? How many weapons do I have left? I do not remember. I want to say, like, 4? Somewhere in that ballpark? Are you kidding me? Please give up, lads. Woofa doofa. This could be a good way to level our other classes, but it's just not as fast. I guess I could do it for the other zone. Yeah, unfortunately, Marin, in order for me to search, it will make my entire computer so unhappy. So I'm only going to save that for the next time chicanery is going on. Oh, bud. I hope you're not doing it for the fate grind, because you have 2 blue mages who are being very rude to one another. Okay, he's leaving. I'm about to do something kind of fucked up, I think. Hey, excuse me. But I think we could just honestly have me stay there and the other blue mage stay there and get the guaranteed kill. So that can be theirs, and I'll just stay over here. And never the two shall meet. I did try to type at them earlier, and I don't feel like I was having a particularly productive conversation because there was no response, and it takes 2 to converse. But if this works the way I think it will, I'll just stay here. Yeah, okay. Literally ideal. To whom are we conversing? There's another blue mage in the mines, and they are... I think basically what has happened is that there are 2 fates that seem to spawn almost directly in relation to one another, making the rounds and then Full Metal Alchemist. And so I'm not going to try and go do the making the rounds fate anymore, just because the amount that I'm getting from it is so little. So basically what's happening is that when the fate pops over there, they're getting the completion off of that because you can Ram's Voice, Deep Freeze, Ultra Vibe, and then I'm getting the completion over here for doing the exact same thing. I don't know if they've gotten that memo or not. But yeah, no, I think we're on the same page, but it is impossible to know without directly conversing with them. And I did already try and put a message in chat to vibe check. So I've done my due diligence. It does feel like a little bit like an asshole, but like the other problem with MMOs is like it's just so hard to like have anything resembling a conversation. Oh shit! No, my Ultra Vibe missed! No! Oh, that's so fucking funny. Oh, okay. But we are at 4 out of 10, so... Do you need to have a free inventory slot to change out the medals? Mount rewards. Oh, wait. Do you not get... Hold on. How would you be able to tell if you weren't using a tracker in-game how many weapons you had? I guess just doing it manually, huh? That blows. One, two, oh boy, definitely more than 4 or 5. I have 7 in total I still need to do. Ooh. There should be a check mark on the weapon icon when you pick your weapon. Right, but like, how can you tell which ones you have done already? Because that's when you go in with the medals, is the only way to check at the gold saucer. Interesting. Could I cheese this? Is there a way to reset? God, I'm really not playing the game that it's the way it's meant to be done. Is there a way to reset your spell cooldowns? I feel like I vaguely remember something about that. Yeah, there is. That is unfortunate. I should not do this. Oh, this is very poor form. Hello, sir. I'm about to do something that is very rude, but also, perplexing, but sure. Did you ever consume, because I know some of you are significantly younger, did you ever consume that Dr. Seuss book about, like, the two people on the opposite side of the wall, and that, like, sort of, like, almost childish wonder with which they describe the concept of, like, an arms race? And it starts with, like, it's the dispute between the people who butter their bread butter side up and butter side down. I remember as a child thinking, wow, what a silly imaginative world that is. And now, as an adult, I am very much more aware of the, like, extent of the pettiness of human spirits. And I feel a little bad about, like, the joy that it brings me to try and one-up someone else, but not bad enough to stop. Also, the fact that Goblin Punch is a summon in Final Fantasy IV really does recontextualize Blue Mage. Because Blue Mage, to a certain extent, like, Blue Mage is not the same thing as Summoner, right? But then, why doesn't Summoner have the ability to Goblin Punch? Yeah, okay. This is poor form. Do not do what I am doing. Do as I say, not as I do. Summoner has that ability because they summon a goblin to do it. So when does... You said Blue Mage gets introduced in Final Fantasy VI? Interesting. I'm trying. I'm trying to restrain myself is the other thing. Like, I'm trying to be a better person, because with the fact that when you join into a queue and then unqueue, it resets your cooldowns. We absolutely could steal both of these kills from this other blue mage. Do not do that. So I'm trying to be like, oh, I'm such a good person. Look at me restraining myself by virtue of me not going over there and stealing both kills, but staying over here so that way both of us just get the one. But also, I'm just like, punk, this is why I chatted with you in the first place. I tried being polite and civil about it, but if you don't talk to me, there is literally no other way to work out a compromise. This is the closest I can manage. Final Fantasy V is basically 14 minus the MMO part. What? How is that possible? Like, you mean the overall story beats? Oh, interesting. Okay. Including Beastmaster. Here's the thing, Clary, is because I haven't played Beastmaster, it means nothing to me. It holds no weight. So it's like, okay. Like, literally the only thing that I'm like, ooh, Beastmaster, is the fact that Beastmaster's weapon is a whip, and that's 1000% for RP purposes. But it could mean something to me. Once we're done with Final Fantasy IV, it definitely could. But also, like, I don't know. I don't know that, like, Beastmaster excites any part of my brain, you know? Buddy, I am being as polite to you as I can possibly be. We're both blue mages. We do not need to put out the, like, big, like, oh, I can kill the Fate faster than you can, dick energy. We can both do that. We're both blue mages. Just stay over there, and I'll stay over here, because clearly typing in chat is having no effect on you. Why going into Satasha? It's what I should be doing. The 100% truly civil thing to do would be for me to go outside of the mines. But basically what has ended up happening is this other blue mage is getting into a blue mage dick measuring contest with me. And what they're doing is that they're trying to basically take advantage of this farm spot. I asked them in chat, like, hey, are you doing the Yokai Watch farm? Because if they are, right, perfectly sensible, I would like either want to party up with them or have some other flavor of conversation about us being able to share so that way we can both get gold contribution. They did not say anything and they just kept doing their thing. So now what it has turned into is it has turned into a blue mage arms race where I'm just guaranteeing I get gold contribution on one of the two ones. And so why we go into Satasha is because Satasha resets the cooldown on Ultra Vibration. So Ultra Vibration normally has a recast time of nearly 2 minutes. By going into Satasha and popping out, that instance queuing means that it just takes as much time as it takes to go into Satasha and out to reset the cooldown. This is terrible behavior. Do not do what I am doing. But, right, like, if I can't communicate with the other person, I'm not just going to, like, roll over and show my belly like, ooh, you're the better blue mage, ooh, like... Hello, Susie. Ooh, what's it? What inspired the that particular glam? Hello. Also, give me 10 seconds. Like, I should not have allowed myself to get so tilted, but I'm just like, No glam, legit armor. Well, that's what I mean. Wait. Oh my god. That's what you mean. I was like, oh, okay. When did you decide to be a knight? You're not just a babu. I'm sorry, we should go grind out more fates. And I'm like, really close to being done here, I think. 7 out of 10. Oh, something was activated inside of me. My war neurons. We're just too short. That's a part of the reason why I'm not inviting you to the party is because of this part. There was a farm strategy a while ago that involved like a guild farming strategy that involved blue mages running the vault. And that was okay. It netted you some gil, and if you were already done with your dailies, right, it was like, yeah, you can do this. But there was a conversation about, like, is it worth the time and energy investment, you know? You did it! You beat the elite quarryman! The fearsome foe, the legendary kobold. You are warrior. I mean, I guarantee you understand warrior about as much as I do. Which is to say, I don't really understand warrior, but... It's a shame that, like, Ishgard glams do not stand the test of time. don't remember who it was, but somebody was joking that the chainmail was like simply, the holes in the chainmail were simply too big. And like, it's true. If someone tried to stab you through that chainmail, the tip of their blade absolutely would penetrate. Like, those rings are not tight enough. You don't understand tank mitts? I can go over them with you on Warrior. Oh, I can't go over them with you on Warrior right now. Because, if I change off of Warrior, it'll get rid of... You know what? No, fuck it. I don't need the damage, and I don't need Mighty Guard. I'm just blasting them with Ultra Vibe. Okay. So, what mitts do you not understand? Also, you'll notice my Warrior Glam is also Ishgard related, and that's because it is the only way I can convince myself to play Warrior. If they were smaller, it would hurt our eyes to look at. I know. Oh, you don't understand tank. I cannot help you. Like, I get why Blue Mage gets a bad reputation, right? And it's because of things like this. But it's like, this is the tragedy of the commons, right? The common good in this situation are the fates. Slurp? Nah, don't worry about it. Because what I'm doing with Ram's Voice Ultra Vibe is, I'm just killing them based off of status debuffs. It doesn't matter how much damage I'm doing. And then we're going to go to the Gold Saucer, and I can slurp somebody there. It's not a big deal. Although if you wanted to change it back to a DPS, I could slurp now. But only if you're feeling willing to share some of your Aether. So that way I can mimic it. But you don't have to, is what I'm saying. I wasted it. No. Say it ain't so. Yeah. I'm quite good at spurning people, it has to be said. Just need 2 more. I still don't have any of the 70 to 80 Blue Mage spells, which I've definitely been thinking about, like, going on a journey to collect some of those. And also doing the Blue Mage quest, because theoretically, that'll be the most insight that we can get into Ttrpg. But that's a big theory. You need to level blue on this, Susie? Hey. I've got great news. Fates are an excellent way to do it if you want to get into your yokai grind. The other way is the good old farming situation. You haven't even done the initial quest for it? No! Blue Mage is a lot of fun. When Blue Mages work together and they're chatting to, like, hang out about stuff, like, I genuinely think Blue Mage has some of the most potential for wacky hijinks and like mistakes, right? It's just like, again, like people who are like, I'm doing the most efficient thing. Like, I mean, efficiency can be fun too, but like, you know, try and be considerate of other people sharing the space. I don't know. It just feels rude otherwise. Oh, you meant yokai. You did do blue. Oh, okay, yeah. Supposedly, one of the blue mage spells is based off of innocence, which, you know, activates the humors in me, but yeah. Oh my god, you're level 1. Actually, we can just get you some levels here if you want. Like, stand in the corner over here-ish. And whenever the new boy spawns, hit him. Oh, not these boys. Not these boys. These boys are an entirely unrelated problem. The boy who's gonna spawn here. Oh shit! I mean, you got a level, so that's not nothing. The boy who's gonna spawn right here. Because the way that blue works, so go ahead and water cannon him. Yeah, congrats on your levels. Blue levels in a way entirely different than any other class. You know? Okay. Cool. I mean, this is not the way to do it, obviously. The correct way to do it would be... in Norvrent, but, you know. Ffxiv power leveled you on Crystal Blue? Hell yeah. I don't know why. Like, blue is so much genuine fun. Like, I don't know. Ugh. It's good, is all I'm saying. Is it worth it for me to be so intransigent? The answer is probably no. Am I going to keep doing it? Yes. Oh, actually, we're not. We're done here. Ah, the gold saucer. Do you think people are still farming it? And if they are, why? Okay. Sure. Usupon? Completionists? God. I was just grinding Gold Saucer for what? 5-6 days? And I very definitively did not get the 10 million needed for everything. I could not imagine the psychopath it takes to actually complete it, not during the Make It Rain event. Like, just truly a level of masochism that the world has never seen before. Another magic weapon, then? Wait, oh yeah, okay, there you go, Koma-san. Okay, let's go ahead and put these away, and then we can go do the next set. Oh, sweet boy. You are terrible to behold. You hear there's good MGP and Chocobo racing? Clary, I don't enjoy racing games. I have no doubt that there is, and I have no doubt that there is someone I know who is very good at it. But unfortunately, I'm just a big bubble-blowing baby when it comes to racing games. Oh, my posture is bad, Raven, thank you. Oh. My spine fully compressed. Staff of the Snow Maiden. Good. Computer is having a bad time. Okay. So we have 6 remaining. We need Upper Lenosha for Whisper and Mandramat. Actually, I actually know a really easy way for us to do this and not have my computer explode every time. That's when you get a group and just do it for funsies. I'm too competitive, Blare. I wish I wasn't such a, a competitive boy. But I want to win. So that's the problem I have with is the same problem I have in games. Because I know that the likelihood of winning is quite low, I just do it. Okay. Agreed. It's just a whole ding-dang thing. Once we're done with yokai, though, I don't know what else is there after yokai. The Dragon Quest event is done. Is there anything else for us to do? Or have we seen all worlds? Brat and Alexander wept for there were no more worlds left to conquer, etc. You can't let no-lifers ego check you like that. I mean, I think the worst part for me personally, Vix, is like sometimes they're not no-lifers. Like a friend of the show, Presna, they are on Final Fantasy XIV a lot as well. And I don't think they no-life it, but like it's that moment when they like slowly get ahead of you in terms of game skill, and you're just like, I just will not be able to close the gap again. That used to happen all the time in RuneScape. I had a friend growing up, and like, I mean, it's not a 1-for-1 because that friend paid for the RuneScape membership. But like, I didn't have a lot of time, and I didn't even have my own computer back then. I was playing off of the like library computers, right? And so like watching them level up faster in RuneScape and go for more, I was like, I don't like this game anymore. And so like it's absolutely a thing where like if I'm playing a game and there's like that like sizable skill gap, I'm like, where video games can be hard. So Susie, are you making a glam, or... Because I'm gonna go to Upper Lenosha. Okay. This is categorically the worst place to farm. Whisper. Okay. The ghost. Storing stuff? Gotcha. Did you get yokai stuff? You did not? Okay. Alright, it looks like there's a lot of other lads. I'm gonna switch. Oh, Susie! Well, I'm gonna switch to a healer first. What do you mean, thanks? I take no responsibility for that. That's on you! Switch to a different class. What are you like? What do you think we're doing? You think we're going on a picnic? Yeah, I dropped you here. There was a fete going on. You think we're out for a joyride? You think we're out for a summer walk? Change to a combat class! I can't believe this. I am going to change to a level appropriate boy for this zone, though, because there do appear to be a lot of other people farming here. Ooh, Poor Maid's Mill actually has kind of a fun story as well, if you stick around. I dropped us off too early. Talk to the ferry skipper. Because that's the fastest way to get across the lake. Ooh, astrologian, I see. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out at Poor Maid's Mill for a hot second after we're done with it. So if you do actually want to experience anything, trying to match level energy, hell yeah. Oh, are there actually no... Were there absolutely no other, Okay, there they are. I was just surprised at how much of it felt like it got done. So the thing about Poor Maid's Mill is, it is obviously a place where, like, pirates from, like, Limsa Lominsa are, like, going to, like, set up shop. And, like, we do, like, a quest here, but it feels like it used to be a bigger place. Maybe in the same way that Highbridge feels like it should be a bigger place. And so as a result, I do have a special place in my heart for Poor Maid's Mill. Damn, Lancer. What a mighty warrior. Okay. So... the Salt Hounds, I believe, are a pirate crew, and there is a building that you can go inside of around here. I believe... because, like, the Salt Hounds have things that they say. Other than, like, get off my property, right? I'm just definitely... am I crazy? No. Did I absolutely lose it? There are NPCs... hold on. No. Okay, yeah, yes. Okay, there is a building that you can go inside. It just fused in with everything else. Okay, I'm not crazy. So, I haven't had many visitors out here of late. Did you come to danger near Poor Maid's Mill? An unfortunate name for an unfortunate place, that. It was once a lively hub for loggers, till they were all killed off by wild beasts. Only their impoverished widows were left behind. Not quite sure why they came to be called maids, though. And so all of the people who reside here now are pirates who were sort of brought in by Merrill Webb's promise that if you, like, turn over a new leaf, you'll be able to be, like, integrated into a Lenosian society, right? Cutting the throat is easy. It's the getting to it that be hard. Getting to a tree is easy. Now the cutting. And I do love in A Realm Reborn that, like, almost all of the NPCs do have some flavor of extra dialogue. I once slit the throat of an island king, took his daughters, burned his village. The loot I plundered that day saw me belly filled with rum for a moon. And now, here I am, dancing in the shrubs. So if you thinks I look happy, you're blinder than a one-eyed crow. And so, like, there's, like, right, like, it's a lot of, like, why would you be willing to give up being a pirate to live in this logging camp? And the answer, again, is, right, the only way for you to be able to get that sort of forgiveness through Merrill Webb's program for being a pirate is settling down and trying to become an upstanding member of society. So, not a single drop of blood was shed in the taking of the mill. By the time we arrived, the place had already been long abandoned. Though, if it hadn't, I reckon the tale might have been different. Right? It's so silly. I love it, though. Like, there's just so many places like this that have so much color and so much energy. But they do tend to be the exception rather than the rule. It's funny, because I run Palace of the Dead a lot less, I do have less max potions, but I was looking at the number of hyper potions that I have, and I was like, I've only got 255, and I want those to last me. I want those to last me when we go to Dawn Trail. So, you know. We are actually going to take the ferry again. Hey, Rai, it's good to see you. I'll do a hydrate. Thank you. How you been? What you been up to? Oh my god, happy belated birthday. I'm so sorry. I hope the subathon went well. Also, so Mama Jewels are supposed to be the lads from Tyrol, right? Your for real birthday is Saturday? Okay, I'll have to try and remember. How goes the Final Fantasy grind? Well... There's a short answer and there's a long answer to that particular question. The short answer, it's going well. The long answer, there's just a lot of little itty-bitty things to grind out. Oh, actually, hold on, not yet. Although, who was it? I think it was ACS Mars who was pointing out that's sort of the good and the bad on live service games, right? Is the idea is that they keep you hooked by virtue of being something that has a ton of content. Which I think I was unhappy about when it came down to Genshin Impact. I think I was a lot less forgiving of Genshin Impact than I am of Final Fantasy. And I think a part of that is that Final Fantasy just charges you one lump sum, whereas the whole Genshin Impact phenomenon is you're trying to always play catch-up almost. So, yeah. Anyways. Well. It goes well, smile. Heated by the molten rock coursing deep below Ogamaro, the waters of Bronze Lake are warm year-round. This unique environment has allowed creatures, which normally grow to only a few ilms, to balloon to terrifying monstrosities. The Wavekin Zordonite, good, is one such abomination. Nope. That was incorrect, but that's fine. If there was ever a time to make a mistake, it's now. Doing a level 31 Fate for a grind that I'm only doing because of artificial scarcity. If there was a textbook for what a sucker looks like, it would have my picture next to it. Okay, we're gonna go take the ferry again. That's 3 Whisper Medals. And we're doing Poor Maid's Mill again. Now, there are named NPCs during this fate. Whomst are they? Right? Like, I'm not losing it. They're there. They're real. I saw them with my own gosh darn eyes. Oh my god, there aren't. They're not real. I did not see them with my own gosh darn eyes. They're literally just generic NPC names. What? I could have sworn there were named boys here. Yeah, okay, there are boys up here. Yes, I am mad. Did you for reals? I guess not. Because if I did for reals, they'd be here. A band of kobolds led by the 382nd Order Pickman Gebu has descended on Poor Maid's Mill in search of food and supplies. Aid the Salt Hounds in driving back the Beastmen and defeating their commander. Okay, doke. That's got us at 4. We need 6 more. Stuck in combat forever. Again, one of the many problems of Fates. Oh, God. Oh, I fucked up. You're too low level. Have you considered being a higher level? Not enough space to leave combat? Hachi-machi. Well, do what you can. And we'll fly away afterwards, I guess. feel like I remember Smurgs being a boring description. Smurg, a colossal cloudkin who is thought to nest high upon Ogamoro. Oh no. Hello? Stun? Good. I didn't want to do anything anyways, actually. Oh, he's the Lalafell Eater. Yeah, of course. Working on glam for Saturday? Hell yeah. Oh my god. Please. Please stop aggroing, boys. Okay. 6 away. Are you still in forever combat? I see. Normal and good, actually. Now, I don't want to tell you how to play the hit MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, but have you considered not doing what I do? No, super justified. I totally hear what you're saying. But also... I think this Fate Brick by Gold Brick is actually the Dragon Quest one. I don't think we want to do it. Does it actually drop what we need? Yeah, that one's not for us, actually. And now we wait. And if the Fate shows up on the west side, we take the ferry, and if it doesn't, we do something over here. Oh, never mind. We go. This one is vaguely cute. The idea is that there are supplies being run from Camp Bronze Lake up to Camp Overlook. It's wacky. I don't know. Poor boys. These poor, poor boys. Okay. We're sitting at 5. That's not too bad. We can pop over yonder ways. It's weird, because that sounds like combat music. But surely it could not be combat. Surely it would not be combat. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I understand. The hunt logs are annoying to do otherwise. So I can forgive you. This one time. Perfect. 4 more goes. You have to head to bed. We'll catch you, Ender friend. Thank you so much for hanging out. Okay, we pop over because there's a fate on the east side. Lads. Okay. We're just popping back over to poor Maid's Mill. We still need 4 more Whisper tokens. Golly, do I want to get out of this particular hell cycle. How many more after this? 5 more weapons, if you'll believe it. The Salt Hounds looking to restore Poor Maid's Mill cannot seem to catch a break, as now a pack of bloodthirsty corals has surrounded the ruins and already dragged a few of the injured boatswains into the woods. Join hands with the former pirates as they attempt to defend their little piece of Lenosha. Oh yeah, here they are. Rabid Rattata. Okay, I'm not crazy. There are named Salt Hounds. There is at least one named Salt Hound. Where are you going? Are you always here? Have I just never found you before? Tell me your secrets. I'm sure they will be pretty uninteresting. I suppose you're wondering why I brought me hounds here. Well, keep wondering, 'cause I ain't telling no meddling adventurer. Sure. So much for class quests. I know. But listen, content is content, right, Smile? As long as I'm having fun? I don't know if I would say I'm having a terribly large amount of fun, but we'll take it. It is nice to revisit these areas and think about what the state of them would be at the end of Endwalker. It's something that I think about fairly frequently as well, because a big part of the, I'm going to say difficulty for lack of a better phrase, with the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG, in my opinion, is there's just so much space that they did so much with in A Realm Reborn, and then they never picked it back up, right? Legends say, deep beneath the waters of Bronze Lake dwells a creature with jaws so powerful they can tear a man in two with a single bite. Common sense would suggest that Ones is merely a tale told to frighten babies, but the local small folk would have us believe otherwise. Oh boy, just 3 more Whisper tokens. I gotta be honest with you, the mounts don't even do anything for me. I do not feel anything looking at that big cat's face. I just want it for completionism's sake. Did anyone end up playing... what was it called? That, like, Princess and Rabbit game? The one where supposedly the... Ooh, only 2 more! Ambassador, you spoil me. The one where supposedly, like, the so many attacks were, like, telegraphed like it was a Final Fantasy game. Crown and Rabbit. We're going to ignore Brick by Brick. Because I don't know that that actually gives us a medal, because it is its own separate fate, a seasonal event thing. What was it called? Crown and Bunny. Bunny Princess. It's not what it's called. Oh, like, you're like a little girl, and you've got a big sword, and a rabbit friend, maybe? Genuinely have no memory of it myself. No idea. Forge did a video on it. Oh, we definitely are not getting gold on that. Woof. Do they fly straight across? Was that actually shorter? Might have been. Wacky. Yeah, Brick by Brick is, again, a fate for the Dragon Quest event, so we're probably not gonna be too bothered one way or the other on that one, I'll be honest with you. Ah, okay. This one is Omama Jewel wanting to take a bath, which always feels bad. Rabbit and Steel! Clary gets 10 points. Thank you. Then again, a lot of A Realm Reborn feels bad. But yeah, Scarface Bugalja is like, I want to take a bath. And the Storm Sergeant is like, you can't because, oh yeah, I do a bathing dance. Sure. What is all the fuss, you ask? Why, it's this thing, that is what. All right, y'all. Sure. I don't care about art either. After repeatedly harassing a party of Mikote bathers, a Mama Jewel mercenary who goes by the name of Scarface Bugalja was banned for life from the hot springs at Camp Bronze Lake. The degenerate, however, is back once again and must needs be dealt with. Which, I don't know, there's like... It feels kind of bad. Yeah, let the man bathe, that's what I'm saying. So what if he does a weird bathing dance? If he was harassing people, though, it would be bad, yeah. I don't know. It's just very, I don't know. Because, like, it's impossible to tell with old Japanese media about, like, when are they using it as an excuse for, like, I don't like you, and so I'm going to say you're threatening our women and children, versus you are actually, you know, actually endangering them, and therefore you should be removed from the situation. You know what I mean? Why? Why no springs? Like, there's nothing... Well, okay, Mama Jewel is men, like all man. Does... Now back to seeing that these women are, safe. Right, like, I fucking... If the Storm Sergeant then went, another day doing a good job protecting the citizens of Camp Bronze Lake, that'd be different, right? But, like, it's the whole, hehehe, now I am going to be just as problematic as the man that I got rid of. That makes me go, like, I don't know. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism. Oh, never mind. How many are we away? 1 away. And then we would still be in this zone, but we'd be working on a different weapon. Oofa doofa. A party of Mama Jewel mercenaries, hired by the local kobolds, is attacking travelers using the main thoroughfares through Upper Lenosha. Engage the mercenaries and make them regret ever taking this contract. It's just strange because, like, the other implication is that, like, these Mmorpg came from Ttrpg? How did the kobolds afford to hire them? How did the kobolds hire them at all? We're free. Okay. We're free of this particular one. Now we need Manjimat. Who is a horrid man-dog. 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 We're gonna do Poor Maid's Mishap first, even though there is this itty-bitty giant enemy crab right here. Weirdly enough, the number of salt hounds who die don't seem to be a big deal. Now we go kill the crowd. Who are you in combat with? All those kobolds? Oof. Taking 5 years to despawn. One of the many problems of the old Fate system, right? As much as I want to pretend it was a more enlightened era, a crab released into Bronze Lake by Kikirin so that the beastmen might harvest its sweet eggs has grown into an uncontrollable nuisance. Not only does it not produce any eggs on its own, on account of being male, it also ravages the nests of the local waterfowl, devouring their eggs. Karkinos must be slain. Oh no! I didn't summon Manjimat! I got another whisper! I was thinking about the horrible man-faced dog, but I didn't get him. I now have 11 of Whisper's stupid metal. Ah! It's fine. It's fine. We love itemizing our currencies. Nope, that's a tree. Nope, that's not a tree. That's a big rock with grass on it. Listen. I have bad eyesight. You wouldn't beat up a guy with glasses. Cool, Manjimat. Hate him. Well, it's getting towards the end of the night. Susie, did you have any particular content you wanted to run to call it? It is indeed. You were just vibing? Hell yeah. Is there... I had turned down ambient sounds for some reason. I was like, why is it so absolutely quiet? Big fish man, kind of. Not really, but sort of. Excuse me. If I was being really efficient, we should be grinding out our A Realm Reborn relics as well. But I'm not being really efficient. Okay. Only one Manjamut token, huh? Not a promising start, it has to be said. I keep feeling like Yokai Watch is going to be much faster than it is. Just because all of the Realm Reborn fates feel like they're so simple? But I guess that's on me for making assumptions. You know what they say about making assumptions. Only as fast as each fate. Well, like, slower than each fate, right? Because it's like... You've only got a chance of it dropping from each one, right? God, no, it's not. So the normal tokens are, but not the legendary tokens. The legendaries have a random drop chance. I actually, now that I say that, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if the normal yokai medals are guaranteed to drop. It's been so long since I've done that part. Come on, Manjamut, please. Negative 10 out of 10. But I want to be done with the grind. Once I get that final one, that sense of satisfaction, it'll be so good. It'll be so worth it. It will not be so good. It will not be so worth it. But, again, FOMO. Let's take the ferry. Stop while you're ahead, kid. Am I ahead? Does this count as stopping while I'm ahead? Because it sure doesn't feel like it. Don't let the FOMO beat you? You're done with it. Should it come back later, you won't ever have to do it again. Honestly, that makes me feel worse about it, though, because it's like, potentially, if I do it later, I'll still be able to do it when people are, like, stoked about it, you know what I mean? Whereas now, I'm truly just, like, throwing myself against a wall. How did you aggro those? They're not even the Fate's enemies. They're just two random guys. Ah, just too appealing. Is that what it is? Definitely not you moving unnecessarily into the line of sight of aggressive mobs. Definitely not you accidentally attacking someone who's not in the Fate. Yes, please do sit in AoEs. Thank you. That is exactly what I would like you to do. You had a small, like, oh, maybe I should have unlocked it, and then you said it was just chance and no regrets, never touching it. What do you mean? I'll be honest, though, I don't even like the look of the majority of the weapons. There's a couple that are nice, but, like, I don't even feel anything about Yokai Watch. And if I did, I've already got all the minions. So if I was, like, desperately trying to use them in Verminion, I've got them already. I don't know. Oof. You can get 13 minions for free, basically. That part does not require the legendary grind. I still have not gotten a single additional Manjimut token. Other than the first one that I had. $382nd order Pikmin. Yeah, boo. Oh my god. Just whine about it more and you shall receive. Manjamat was the hardest to get when you did it. I don't think it helps that he is truly a horror to perceive. Like, he's just not a very attractive minion either. Alright, we're gonna end on the bathers. My man just wants to take a bath and maybe peep on Mikote women, which is creepy. But I do not believe that second one. I think he's innocent. They're probably both guilty and deserve to be hung, but you get it. Between a cop and a member of... I guess he's not a member of an indigenous population. He's not from here. You okay, Susie? With your 1 HP? What happened? Oh, okay. Honestly, you aggroed less mobs, so clearly it was worth it. Alright, we're gonna end the stream here. Camp Bronze Lake does actually have an analog up in Norvrent on the 1st. In Lakeland, there is similarly a hot springs, where the whole premise is that, like, you go there to restore yourself after dealing with the Sin Eaters. But, Masked Stranger, do you have any final words you'd like to tell the stream? Aww. Okay. Well, thanks for hanging out, y'all. We'll catch you tomorrow. We're probably doing Thornton. And I've got to be honest with you, after Thornton, I'm probably doing more Yokai Watch Grind. It's stream suicide. But I need to get it done before Endwalker, or else I'll be super sad with myself, so you know. I'll catch you guys around. Peace.